Every powerful man in England swore a sacred oath to make her queen. They placed their hands on holy relics, looked her in the eye, and promised before God to uphold her right to the throne. And then they just didn't. All right, find that cozy spot, dim those lights, and let me paint you a picture. We're standing in Westminster Abbey, but this isn't your typical tourist visit. No gift shop, no crowds taking selfies with ancient tombs. Just you, me, and the kind of candlelight that makes everything look like a Netflix period drama. Feel that cool stone beneath your feet. The kind of cold that seeps through your socks and reminds you that central heating was still about 800 years away. There's this hushed anticipation hanging in the air, the kind you get right before someone drops life-changing news. Except instead of, "we need to talk," it's an oath. A really, really important oath. Made to a woman. You're leaning in closer, aren't you? Maybe pulling that blanket a bit tighter as the medieval chill prickles your skin. Picture a sacred relic being placed on the altar, probably some saint's finger bone or a splinter from the true cross, because medieval people loved their holy collectibles. Here's the question that's going to keep us company tonight, the one we'll turn over in our minds like a smooth stone. What happens when the entire foundation of a kingdom's succession plan, the kind that took years to orchestrate and required serious legal paperwork, is designed to pass to a woman, and then powerful men decide those oaths were more like suggestions? Our story tonight unfolds like a 3-act play, except instead of intermissions, you get civil wars. Act 1, the designated heir, where everything seems planned and orderly, like a medieval PowerPoint presentation. Act 2, the she-wolf, where things get messy, really messy, the kind of messy that requires actual wolves as metaphors. And finally, Act 3, the mother of lions, where generational trauma becomes generational strategy. This isn't just about the dry political maneuvering you probably dozed through in history class. This is personal tragedy mixed with the kind of battlefield determination that makes action movies look tame. Plus, actual strategy that spans decades rather than fiscal quarters. Let me introduce you to tonight's cast of characters, the ones you'll meet when things get really interesting. There's King Henry I, a man who thought he could bind an entire kingdom with promises. Optimistic, really, considering this was an era when people broke treaties like New Year's resolutions. Then we have William Adelon, the designated heir who had one job and couldn't do it because the English Channel had other plans. Stephen of Blois enters as the cousin who saw an opportunity and took it, like that relative who claims the good parking spot at family gatherings. Our protagonist is Empress Matilda, the woman who was supposed to inherit smoothly, and instead got a 20-year lawsuit with swords. Robert of Gloucester plays the loyal brother, whose support came at the low, low price of constant warfare. And finally, young Henry Plantagenet, whose inheritance was basically one long, expensive lesson in why you should always read the fine print on medieval succession laws. If stories of powerful women getting robbed by history sound like your kind of bedtime content, hit subscribe. We do this every week. Drop a comment and let me know. Team Matilda, or do you think Stephen had a point? I'm genuinely curious where you land. Now, with that abbey stone still cold against our feet, and the echo of those sacred promises still ringing in our ears, let's cross back over the channel and meet the man who thought he could control succession from beyond the grave, and the woman who discovered that being the rightful heir and actually getting the crown were two very different things. Take a slow breath. Let's meet the man who thought he could control succession from beyond the grave. Picture Henry I, the guy holding this whole mess together. If Henry lived today, he'd probably be one of those CEOs who answers emails at 3 a.m. and has strong opinions about office supply budgets. He was running England and Normandy like they were two very demanding, very unstable subsidiaries of Henry Inc. And honestly, in the 12th century, that level of micromanagement wasn't just helpful. It was survival. This wasn't modern democracy where we pretend the system works without constant intervention. This was 12th century northwestern Europe, where dynastic stability had about as much reliability as your internet connection during a storm. Imagine sitting in Henry's chair for just one day. You'd need those slow, deep breaths just to handle the paperwork. Picture those massive leather-bound ledger books, the constant scratch of quill against parchment, the warm scent of melted wax as Henry pressed his personal seal onto yet another urgent document. Every single day was an exercise in keeping his kingdom from falling apart through sheer force of will and really good record-keeping. His rule was stable, sure, but it was the kind of stability that required Henry to personally approve everything from major treaties to who got to marry whom in the minor nobility. Not exactly a sustainable business model when your entire operation depends on one guy never getting sick, never making mistakes, and definitely never dying. Now here's the part where everything goes sideways, and I mean everything. Then November 25th, 1120 happened. The White Ship disaster. Not some glorious battlefield death that poets could turn into epic songs. Just a shipwreck. Human error. A rock nobody saw coming. And probably way too much wine consumed during what should have been a routine channel crossing. 1 minute you've got William Adelin, Henry's only legitimate son and the future of the entire Norman dynasty, safely aboard ship. The next minute, gone, drowned, along with about 300 other people who had the bad luck to be on the wrong boat at the wrong time. Imagine being the messenger who had to ride to Henry with that news. Your Majesty, I have some updates about the succession plan. William of Malmesbury, who was chronicling events at the time, called it a disaster that brought great misery for England, which is probably the medieval equivalent of saying, this is not ideal for quarterly projections, because that's what it was. The sudden, complete destruction of Henry's entire line of succession, courtesy of one very badly navigated rock. So suddenly, everyone's looking at Matilda. And let me be clear, this wasn't just any medieval princess sitting around embroidering and waiting for someone to arrange her marriage. This was the daughter of Henry the Firm and Matilda of Scotland, which gave her both Norman conqueror credentials and Anglo-Saxon royal blood. Basically, the political equivalent of having dual citizenship in the most exclusive clubs in Europe. But here's where it gets interesting. She wasn't just Matilda the king's daughter. She was Empress Matilda, the widow of Henry V, Holy Roman Emperor. She'd been crowned in Mainz, had her face on imperial coins, and actually called herself Domina Anglorum, Lady of the English, even before her father died. This wasn't some honorary title you get for donating to charity. This was real, internationally recognized authority. When other European rulers met Matilda, they weren't meeting Henry's daughter. They were meeting someone who'd already ruled a chunk of Europe and had the paperwork to prove it. Henry, being Henry, wasn't about to let his carefully constructed kingdom fall apart just because the succession plan had hit an iceberg. So he gathered all the important people, barons, churchmen, anyone with enough land or influence to matter, and made them swear an oath at Westminster to accept Matilda as his heir. This wasn't some casual, yeah, sure, whatever kind of agreement. This was a full-blown juridical and religious contract. Picture the scene, the most powerful men in England, one by one, stepping forward to place their hands on sacred relics and swear before God that they would accept a woman as their ruler. These were individual oaths, witnessed and recorded, designed to make backing out later both legally and spiritually problematic. Even Stephen of Blois was there, swearing along with everyone else, probably thinking this was all very theoretical, since Henry seemed healthy enough to live forever. Robert of Gloucester swore the oath too, along with pretty much every other baron who wanted to stay in Henry's good graces. This was Henry's attempt to create what we might call institutional buy-in, except the institution was feudalism, and the buy-in was enforced by the threat of divine retribution. What happens next would make any modern corporate raider jealous. But here's the thing about oaths in medieval politics. They were about as reliable as a pinky promise between rival corporations. Enter Stephen of Blois, who looked around after Henry died in 1135 and decided that maybe those oaths weren't as binding as everyone had pretended. Stephen was charismatic, well-connected. His brother Henry was the Bishop of Winchester, which is like having your sibling run the medieval equivalent of a major media network. And most importantly, he was male. William of Malmesbury, who wrote about all this, actually seems somewhat sympathetic to Stephen, which tells you everything you need to know about the political climate. The 12th century had some pretty firm ideas about gender and authority, and those ideas didn't include women inheriting kingdoms, regardless of what oaths people had sworn or how qualified the woman in question might be. When Henry died, Stephen didn't waste time with lengthy legal consultations or diplomatic negotiations. He just acted, moving quickly to seize the throne while everyone else was still figuring out what the procedural rules were supposed to be. Now, imagine being Matilda when she heard about this. This wasn't just political maneuvering or property changing hands. This was the complete shattering of a sacred public promise. These men had looked her in the eye, placed their hands on holy relics, and sworn before God to uphold her rights. And then they just didn't. It's not just a political betrayal. It's a profound moral offense, the kind that transforms righteous anger into a lifelong mission. This is the moment when Matilda stops being simply the rightful heir and becomes someone with a righteous claim, fueled by the kind of simmering rage that sustains people through decades of warfare and political struggle. This wasn't about ambition or power for its own sake. This was about justice, about holding people accountable for promises they'd made in the most solemn way their society knew how to make promises. The story of these broken oaths and what followed, a period historians cheerfully call the Anarchy, comes to us through chroniclers like William of Malmesbury and the anonymous author of the Jester Stephanie. These weren't just dispassionate record keepers writing for posterity. They were essentially war correspondents, trying to make sense of events as they unfolded, often while taking shelter from the actual fighting. Their accounts give us something closer to live reporting from a time when the fate of an entire kingdom was being decided through a combination of legal arguments, military campaigns, and really spectacular betrayals. Picture yourself back in Westminster Abbey, but this time the atmosphere has shifted. The air isn't just heavy with solemnity, it's practically crackling with tension. You can hear the abbey bells tolling, each deep, resonant clang echoing off those ancient stone walls like a countdown timer. Then comes the metallic symphony. Maybe it's the scrape of chainmail as nobles shift uncomfortably, or the delicate clink of ceremonial chalices being arranged for mass. Beneath it all, there's this constant murmur of voices, low and urgent, as oaths are sworn and promises made before God and every important person in the kingdom. You can almost feel the weight of history pressing down on everyone in that room, this collective belief that words spoken in sacred spaces somehow have the power to control the future. And then, like someone suddenly unplugging a speaker system, silence falls. The kind of silence that makes your ears ring, that only happens when something truly enormous has just ended. Henry the Fawn is dead. December 1st, 1135. The moment Henry breathes his last, it's like someone fired a starting pistol for the world's most consequential race. Stephen of Blois, remember him, the guy who dutifully sworn that oath to Matilda, immediately transforms from grieving cousin into ambitious opportunist. No time for a proper mourning period or lengthy deliberations about succession protocols. He's crossing the channel like his life depends on it, which, honestly, it probably does. This isn't some leisurely diplomatic mission. This is Stephen running the medieval equivalent of a hostile takeover. He lands at Dover and makes a beeline for London, probably leaving a trail of exhausted horses in his wake. The Londoners, faced with the choice between supporting a distant woman they've never met or backing the charismatic guy who just showed up promising stability, throw their support behind Stephen faster than you can say, succession crisis. 3 weeks. That's all it takes. On December 22nd, 1135, Stephen is being crowned king at Westminster. probably in the same spot where he'd sworn to support Matilda's claim just a few years earlier. How does someone pull off a coup this efficiently? Well, medieval power wasn't just about having the biggest army or the most noble bloodline. It was more like a complex recipe with very specific ingredients. First, you needed money, lots of it, which meant controlling the royal treasury at Winchester. No medieval ruler ever succeeded by running their kingdom on IOUs and good intentions. Stephen understood that gold coins weren't just shiny decorations. They were the fuel that made everything else possible. Then you needed ecclesiastical backing, and Stephen had struck gold there too with his brother Henry of Blois, who wasn't just any random bishop, but the Bishop of Winchester, deeply embedded in church politics and eventually papal legate. Henry basically strong-armed the Archbishop of Canterbury into performing the coronation ceremony because apparently even medieval bishops weren't above a little family favoritism. And finally, you needed that ceremonial legitimacy, the actual coronation, because medieval people took their rituals seriously. It wasn't enough to just claim you were king. You had to look the part, with the crown and the ceremony and all the proper religious blessings that made your authority feel divinely sanctioned rather than just politically convenient. Meanwhile, across the Channel, Matilda is probably experiencing what we might today call a complete system failure. She's still managing affairs in Normandy, trying to maintain some semblance of order in her father's continental domains, when news of Stephen's coronation starts filtering in through various messengers and probably some very awkward diplomatic correspondence. You can imagine her reaction, a mixture of fury, disbelief, and that particular kind of frustration that comes from realizing that legal documents apparently aren't worth the parchment they're written on when people decide to ignore them. All those carefully orchestrated oaths, witnessed by the most powerful people in England, have just been discarded like yesterday's bread. She's facing a brutal political reality check. Having the legal right to something and actually being able to claim it are two completely different problems. Her options are basically negotiate with the usurper, which would involve accepting some humiliating compromise that legitimizes his theft, or gather an army and take back what's rightfully hers through superior firepower. Not exactly the kind of choice that leads to peaceful retirement planning. Here's where we need to pause and consider something that might sound familiar to modern ears. Those chroniclers who documented all these events. Their tone when describing Matilda's later actions is, let's call it less than supportive. When she eventually does assert her authority, they consistently describe her as haughty or arrogant, character flaws that apparently made her unsuitable for leadership. Now, imagine if Stephen had displayed exactly the same confidence, the same unwillingness to back down, the same insistence on being treated with the respect due to a legitimate ruler. He would have been praised as decisive, strong-willed, a natural leader. But because Matilda was a woman, those exact same qualities became evidence that she was difficult, unreasonable, not properly deferential to male authority. It's one of those historical patterns that makes you realize how little has actually changed in terms of the different standards we apply to female leadership, even today. So let's leave her there for a moment, across the Channel, in what's probably a cold stone chamber lit by flickering candles that cast dancing shadows on the walls. She's not sitting around embroidering and hoping someone else will solve her problems. She's gathering allies, making plans, writing letters to potential supporters. Her half-brother Robert of Gloucester is already committed to her cause, probably because he's one of the few people who genuinely believes that oaths should mean something. You can picture her overseeing the packing of chests, but these aren't filled with silk gowns and jewellery. These are practical preparations, maps, correspondence, armour, weapons, all the unglamorous necessities for a campaign that will determine whether justice has any meaning in a world where power makes its own rules. She's not preparing for a social season. She's preparing for war. Remember how we left Matilda packing for war? That wasn't metaphorical. Picture the English Channel on a September morning in 1139. You know that thick, grey fog that makes you wonder if the world just ends about 50 feet away from where you're standing. That's the backdrop. But cutting through this maritime soup, you hear the sounds that mean business, ropes creaking under strain, the groan of ship timbers carrying more weight than they were probably designed for. These aren't merchant vessels loaded with wool or wine. These are troop transports, and Matilda's invasion fleet is making landfall somewhere near Arundel. This is the moment when all those broken oaths and stolen crowns stop being political theory and become an actual shooting war. Welcome to what historians would later call the Anarchy. And honestly, that's probably the most accurate name anyone's ever given to a historical period. Leading this whole military operation is Robert of Gloucester. And if you're thinking, wait, another Robert? Yeah, medieval naming conventions weren't exactly creative. But this Robert matters. He's Matilda's half-brother, one of Henry I's illegitimate sons. But don't let that illegitimate part fool you. In medieval politics, being the bastard son of a powerful king was often better than being the legitimate heir to some minor lord. Robert was wealthy, well-connected, and, this is the important part, he actually believed that oaths meant something. While most of his peers were treating their promises like terms of service agreements that nobody actually reads, Robert was apparently one of those rare people who thought swearing before God actually created some kind of binding obligation. He became Matilda's chief military strategist, logistics coordinator, and probably the closest thing to a campaign manager that 12th century warfare allowed. Without Robert, Matilda's invasion would have been less righteous reconquest and more really expensive family vacation that went horribly wrong. The early campaigns were, well, mess might be putting it kindly. If you're imagining sweeping battlefield victories with banners flying and cavalry charges, you're thinking of the wrong kind of war. This was siege warfare, the medieval equivalent of trying to evict really stubborn tenants who happen to have stone walls and crossbows. Imagine spending months camped outside a castle, trying to starve out the people inside, while they occasionally drop things on your head from a great height. And just when you think you're making progress, half your allies decide they like the other side's offer better, and switch teams. Loyalty in medieval England during this period was about as reliable as your internet connection during a storm. Barons would support Stephen on Tuesday, declare for Matilda on Wednesday, and be back to negotiating with Stephen by the weekend, all depending on who was offering better terms or seemed more likely to win. This wasn't grand strategy. This was a 20-year game of political musical chairs played with armies. The social impact of all this? Well, there's a reason one chronicler wrote that Christ and his saints slept. It's one of those medieval quotes that manages to capture complete societal breakdown in just 5 words. For 19 years, there was essentially no functioning central government in England. Imagine trying to live your life when there's no reliable law enforcement, no consistent legal system, and no way to know if the local lord who controls your area today will still be in charge next month. Local strongmen built unauthorized castles and ruled their territories like personal kingdoms. Roads became too dangerous for normal travel. Markets collapsed because nobody could guarantee safe passage for goods. If you were a farmer, you never knew if your crops would be stolen by soldiers, or if the fields would be trampled by armies, or if you'd just wake up to find your barn had been burned down by someone settling a score with someone else entirely. Tactically, this meant constant, low-level violence that never really stopped. Think guerrilla warfare, but with horses and very sharp metal objects. Small bands of knights and soldiers would raid enemy territory, ambush supply trains, and generally make life miserable for anyone who supported the wrong side. Castles weren't just fancy houses. They were military bases that controlled access to roads, rivers, and farmland. Siege warfare became a grim specialty, with both sides developing increasingly creative ways to break down walls or break the spirit of defenders. And movement was everything. Getting your forces quickly along the Thames or Severn River corridors could mean the difference between successful surprise attack and walking into a trap. This wasn't the kind of warfare you see in movies, with dramatic single combat and stirring speeches. This was dirty, grinding, exhausting conflict, where victory usually went to whoever could outlast their enemies rather than outfight them. Let's end this with something more personal, something that brings the human cost into focus. Picture yourself standing on what used to be a busy country road. The air carries the acrid smell of smoke, but not the comforting smell of hearth fires. This is the smell of destruction, of barns and houses burned not for warmth, but for spite. There's a market town ahead, or what's left of one. You probably visited places like this regularly, buying cloth, selling produce, catching up on news and gossip. Now it's just empty buildings with gaps where roofs used to be. And then you see them. A small family trudging away from the ruins, a woman clutching a child who's too quiet, a man whose face shows the kind of exhaustion that comes from having everything you've built simply taken away. They're carrying bundles that represent whatever they could save from their old life. Their eyes have that particular hollow look that comes from understanding that the world you knew is gone and probably isn't coming back. Because that's what the Anarchy really meant, not just a political crisis, but the complete unraveling of ordinary people's lives, caught in a war that seemed to have no rules and no end. Every grinding war has its plot twist. February 1141, the frozen fields outside Lincoln. This is the moment everything flips upside down, or as I like to think of it, the time Matilda almost won everything. You know how the Anarchy has been this grinding, depressing slog of castle sieges and burned villages? Well, even the most tedious wars have their dramatic moments. Picture yourself standing on the frozen fields outside Lincoln in February 1141. And I mean frozen. This is English winter at its most brutal, the kind of cold that makes you question every life choice that led you to standing in a field, wearing 30 pounds of metal. The wind is whipping across those fields, like it has a personal grudge against anyone foolish enough to be outside. You're bundled in whatever wool padding you could stuff under your armour, but you're still shivering, your breath coming out in great white puffs. The banners of both armies are snapping in that wind with sharp, violent cracks, like someone repeatedly slamming a door. This isn't just another skirmish in the ongoing medieval soap opera. This is the Battle of Lincoln, February 2nd, 1141, and it's about to completely change the game. Stephen, remember him, our oath-breaking usurper, had been besieging Lincoln Castle, probably thinking this was just another routine siege in his ongoing campaign to prove he was actually king. But Matilda's forces, led by the ever-reliable Robert of Gloucester, launched a counterattack that caught Stephen completely off guard. The fighting was absolutely vicious, the kind of medieval combat that makes action movies look like gentle disagreements. Stephen, facing what was obviously going to be a complete disaster, fought with the kind of desperate courage that comes from realizing you're about to lose everything. According to the chronicles, he was wielding a battle axe and fighting on foot after his horse was killed beneath him, basically going full berserker mode in a last-ditch effort to turn the tide. But sometimes valor isn't enough, especially when you're outnumbered and outmaneuvered. By the end of the day, Stephen had been captured on the field by Robert of Gloucester himself, which is medieval warfare's equivalent of having your CEO arrested during a board meeting. Now imagine the immediate aftermath rippling across England like a massive political earthquake. This wasn't some minor tactical victory that might shift control of a few castles. This was the capture of the actual king, the kind of symbolic event that completely rewrites the political landscape overnight. News would have travelled by breathless messengers racing across the countryside, probably covering more ground in a few days than most people travelled in their entire lives. With Stephen in chains, and I mean literal chains, not just under house arrest, Matilda was suddenly the queen in everything but name. In the wake of this stunning victory, she was proclaimed Lady of the English, which echoed her earlier claim to be Domina Anglorum, and basically amounted to a medieval press release announcing she was back in charge. The victory celebration turned into a triumphant march on London, the kind of procession that must have felt like vindication after years of being dismissed as an illegitimate pretender. Picture Matilda's army, riding high on their success, approaching the city that had so quickly embraced Stephen just 6 years earlier. London, being the politically pragmatic city it's always been, would have been buzzing with nervous energy. The citizens lining the streets to watch her arrival would have been doing those careful calculations that people do when power structures suddenly shift. Cheering just loudly enough to seem supportive, but not so enthusiastically that they couldn't claim they were just being polite if things went wrong again. You can almost feel the tension in the air, that mixture of excitement and apprehension that comes when everyone knows they're witnessing a historical moment, but nobody's quite sure how it's going to end. The expectation of coronation hung over everything. This was supposed to be Matilda's moment of ultimate triumph, the vindication of all those broken oaths and years of warfare. But here's where the story becomes a masterclass in why winning battles and actually ruling are two completely different skill sets. Battlefield victory, even one as decisive as Lincoln, doesn't automatically translate into stable political control, especially when your subjects have trust issues and short memories. Matilda needed more than just a captured rival and a successful military campaign. She needed the genuine consent of London's powerful merchant class and citizens, which turned out to be surprisingly conditional. They started making demands about restoring the good old laws of Henry I, essentially trying to negotiate the terms of their allegiance. She needed elaborate royal ceremonies and ecclesiastical blessing to make her authority feel legitimate rather than just military. And most critically, she needed the unwavering support of the church, particularly from Stephen's brother, Henry of Blois, who had initially seemed willing to switch sides, but would prove to be about as reliable as a weather forecast. The chroniclers make it painfully clear that while Matilda had proven herself a formidable military leader, her royal bearing, which they described as haughty, in that special way reserved for women who dare to act with authority, was alienating the very people she needed to win over. So let's pause here, at this moment of perfect dramatic irony. Picture Matilda standing at the threshold of Westminster, her boots still caked with mud from the battlefield at Lincoln. The crown, that ultimate symbol of legitimate authority, is literally within arm's reach, probably gleaming in whatever winter sunlight managed to penetrate London's perpetual haze. After years of war, exile and humiliation, justice seems finally within her grasp. She just needs to step forward and claim what was always rightfully hers. But the air around her is thick with a tension she hadn't anticipated, a resistance she hadn't planned for. Even after such a complete military victory, actual power remained frustratingly elusive, slipping away just as she reached for it. You know that feeling when you're so close to getting something you want that you can practically taste it? And then, somehow you manage to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. Welcome to the most frustrating chapter in this whole story. Can you guess what she did wrong? Because honestly, the medieval chroniclers could not stop talking about it. Picture London when Matilda rolled into town after that stunning victory at Lincoln. This was a city that basically functioned like a medieval stock exchange, always calculating the odds, always ready to back whoever seemed most likely to succeed. The whole scene would have been carefully choreographed, like a really high-stakes corporate merger announcement. There's Matilda, probably still wearing those boots we keep talking about, but now draped in whatever royal regalia she could manage, riding through streets lined with Londoners who are trying very hard to look enthusiastic while secretly hedging their bets. The assembled aldermen and clergy are there to formally greet her, going through all the proper motions, but you can feel that tension crackling in the air. It's the kind of nervous energy you get when everyone knows they're witnessing a pivotal moment, but nobody's quite sure how it's going to end. These people had backed Stephen, and now they're watching his entire political operation get dismantled in real time. They wanted to be on the winning side, but they also needed to protect their own interests, which made this whole thing feel like a very polite, very formal hostage negotiation. And this is where Matilda makes what might be the most expensive political miscalculation in medieval history. The chroniclers, William of Malmesbury, who generally liked her, and the anonymous author of the Jester Stephanie, Both describe her essentially walking into London like she was taking possession of property she already owned, rather than negotiating with people whose support she desperately needed. The Londoners, being practical merchants and politicians, wanted to cut a deal. They wanted assurances about restoring Henry V's good laws, guarantees about their traditional trading privileges. Basically, a medieval version of, what's our severance package going to look like? Instead, Matilda came in demanding tribute and absolute obedience, treating them like subjects rather than stakeholders. It's like showing up to a job interview and immediately demanding a corner office and company car instead of, actually interviewing for the position. The citizens, understandably, felt she was being arrogant and haughty, which in medieval political terms is basically the kiss of death. Here's where things get really infuriating from a modern perspective. The chronicler's criticism of Matilda consistently focused on her imperiousness, her pride, her ungovernable spirit, all traits that would have been celebrated in a male ruler as evidence of strong leadership. But because Matilda was a woman, these same qualities became proof that she was unsuitable for power. It's like that double standard we still see today, where assertive women get labelled as difficult or bossy, while men displaying identical behaviour are called decisive leaders. The chroniclers expected her to be diplomatically submissive, graciously accommodating, perhaps even a little apologetic for having the audacity to claim her rightful inheritance. But Matilda, having been an actual empress who ruled parts of the Holy Roman Empire, probably couldn't even comprehend why she should have to grovel for support from people who had sworn oaths to accept her authority. The irony is brutal. Her imperial background, which should have been an asset, became a liability because it made her act like someone who expected to be obeyed rather than someone begging for permission to rule. The tactical collapse happened with the speed and efficiency of a well-executed disaster. The Londoners, feeling insulted and ignored, didn't just withdraw their support, they actively rebelled against her. Imagine the humiliation. One day you're entering the capital as a conquering hero, the next you're sneaking out under cover of darkness because the citizens are literally rioting in the streets. Matilda was forced to flee London in what must have been one of the most embarrassing retreats in medieval history. And this wasn't just a symbolic defeat, it was a strategic catastrophe. London controlled enormous wealth, maintained a substantial militia, and sat at the heart of England's trade networks. Alienating them was like voluntarily cutting off your own supply lines. Meanwhile, Stephen's remaining supporters, who had been scattered and demoralized after Lincoln, suddenly had a golden opportunity to regroup and reorganize. The political cost was immense. Matilda had traded a decisive military victory for what amounted to a self-imposed exile from the very city where she needed to be crowned. So let's take a moment to really feel this with her, because this isn't just political failure, this is deeply personal devastation. Picture Matilda during that nighttime flight from London, maybe disguised as a common traveller, riding hard through the darkness while listening for sounds of pursuit. Those boots that had carried her from battlefield triumph to the threshold of coronation are now heavy with the dust and disappointment of defeat. The crown that she had literally touched, that had been within her grasp for one shining moment, has vanished again into the distance like a mirage. The sounds of London, which should have been celebrating her coronation, are now either hostile shouts or worse, the kind of silence that means nobody cares enough to chase after you. There's something heartbreaking about imagining her in that moment. Not the proud empress or the rightful queen, but just a woman who came so close to justice that she could taste it, only to watch it slip away because of a combination of her own political inexperience and a world that simply wasn't ready for a woman who refused to apologize for her own authority. December 1142. The Thames is frozen solid, and Matilda is about to do something insane. If you thought she was going to quietly retire to a nice country manor after that London disaster, you clearly haven't been paying attention to her personality. After getting essentially kicked out of London by angry citizens who apparently didn't appreciate her management style, Matilda retreats to Oxford in the spring of 1142. Now, Oxford might not have the prestige of the capital, but Oxford Castle was no joke. Thick stone walls, strategic position, the medieval equivalent of a really good security system. For a while, it probably felt like a decent backup plan. But Stephen, who was apparently committed to this whole being king thing, wasn't about to let his rival set up a comfortable base of operations and plot his downfall over afternoon tea. So he shows up in September 1142 and settles in for a proper siege, the kind that medieval people were unfortunately very good at conducting. Picture the grinding, soul-crushing reality of being trapped inside those castle walls as autumn turns to winter. It starts as a strategic standoff, maybe even feels a bit like camping, uncomfortable but manageable. But days turn into weeks, weeks turn into months, and suddenly you're looking at a brutal English winter through arrow slits, while your food stores get smaller and smaller. You're rationing bread like it's a precious commodity, which it basically is. The mood inside probably went from, we can outlast them, to, maybe we should have packed more cheese, to, is that a rat? And more importantly, how does it taste? From September to December, Matilda is essentially under house arrest in her own stronghold, watching her options disappear, along with the last of the salted pork. But this is the same woman who thought she could walk into London and demand tribute from merchant guilds, so giving up wasn't really in her vocabulary. By December 1142, with the castle literally counting crumbs, and Stephen's forces probably getting comfortable in their siege camps, Matilda decides on what might be the most audacious escape plan in medieval history. The Thames had frozen solid. We're talking proper, walk-on-water frozen, not just some decorative ice crystals. On a moonless night when the snow was falling thick enough to hide an army, Matilda dressed herself entirely in white and slipped out of the castle with just 3 knights, essentially turning herself into a medieval ninja. Can you feel that cold? Not the kind where you turn up your thermostat and grab another blanket, but the kind that makes your bones ache and turns your breath into frozen clouds. Every step in the snow would have made that distinctive crunch, amplified in the winter silence, each sound potentially announcing their position to Stephen's guards. The sharp bite of winter air on exposed skin, probably making her eyes water and her nose run in the most undignified way possible. The horse's breath steaming in the darkness like medieval fog machines, visible from probably half a mile away to anyone who happened to be looking. They moved across that frozen river like ghosts, past Stephen's unsuspecting besiegers, who were probably huddled around their fires, complaining about the weather, rather than watching for escaping empresses. 10 miles to Wallingford, trudging through snow in the middle of the night, which is basically a winter marathon under the worst possible conditions. This wasn't just a desperate run for safety. This became the stuff of legends, the kind of story that gets better every time someone tells it. The escape was carefully documented by chroniclers like William of Malmesbury, who probably couldn't believe they were recording something this cinematically perfect. It became a defining moment that showcased both Matilda's incredible vulnerability. Here's a woman who claimed to be the rightful Queen of England, sneaking through the snow disguised as a common traveller, and her absolutely indomitable will to keep fighting. It was stubborn, bloody-minded endurance, elevated to an art form, the kind of story that gets whispered around campfires and in castle halls for generations. This wasn't just a tactical retreat. This was inspiration, disguised as desperation. And when you picture her that night, exhausted but absolutely unbroken, you're seeing something remarkable. She's not the imperious empress demanding tribute, not the haughty claimant alienating potential allies. She's a lone figure moving through a hostile winter landscape, a silhouette against the snow who refuses to quit, even when quitting would have been the sensible thing to do. There's something deeply admirable about that level of stubborn survival instinct, that refusal to accept defeat, even when defeat seems like the only logical outcome. This wasn't about grand gestures or political theatre anymore. This was about the basic animal determination to survive and fight another day. And honestly, that might have been when Matilda was at her most magnificent. Not when she was demanding crowns, but when she was earning the right to keep claiming one. If you're still with me after that midnight escape through the snow, you're officially invested. A like genuinely helps this channel more than you'd think. It tells me these longer deep dives are worth making. The adrenaline wore off. What remained was worse. Years that stretched like grey, endless waiting. Welcome to the grinding, exhausting reality of a war that refused to end. I want you to really feel this next part, not as political history, as someone's actual life falling apart. After Matilda's Hollywood-worthy escape through the snow, you might think the war would either end in decisive victory or obvious defeat. But no, instead, it settled into something far more depressing. A war of attrition that lasted years, like the world's most violent bureaucratic dispute. Picture those years stretching out after 1142, grey and endless, like waiting in line at the DMV, except people are occasionally trying to kill you. Sieges would start with great fanfare, drag on for months while everyone got progressively more miserable, and then end not with glorious conquest, but with some kind of negotiated settlement that satisfied nobody. It was like a really expensive, really deadly game of territorial chess, where both players kept reaching stalemate. Castles would change hands, only to be recaptured next season. Loyalties flipped back and forth based on who could offer better terms, more protection, or simply who seemed less likely to get everyone killed. Stephen controlled the southeast, Matilda held the southwest, and the middle of England became a constantly contested no-man's land, where nobody was quite sure who was in charge from week to week. It wasn't really a war with clear battle lines anymore. It was more like a hydra-headed beast of localized conflicts, too chaotic for either main claimant to actually dominate. The social and economic costs were basically a slow-motion apocalypse. Imagine if your local government just stopped working, and instead of police, you had competing gangs of armed men who all claimed to represent legitimate authority. Castles, these massive, expensive fortifications that cost about as much as building a small city, were popping up everywhere without any kind of royal permission. Ambitious local lords were essentially building their own private military bases, a phenomenon historians cheerfully call adulterine castles, which sounds academic, but basically meant hundreds of unauthorized strongholds from which warlords could terrorize the countryside like medieval protection rackets. Then there was this particularly nasty practice called counter-pledging, where barons on different sides would promise the same piece of land to rival knights in exchange for military service. It's like selling the same house to multiple buyers and then letting them fight it out in your front yard. The devastation was widespread, but counties like Wiltshire and Berkshire got it especially bad, becoming literal battlegrounds where the agricultural economy just collapsed. Chroniclers painted pictures that would make dystopian novelists weep with envy. Widespread famine, grinding poverty, and a complete breakdown of law and order. William of Newburgh, writing with the clarity that comes from hindsight, described it as a time when all England was afflicted by these two evils, by fire and by robbery, which is medieval for everything was terrible and on fire. The psychology of this kind of prolonged stalemate is absolutely corrosive. Even the most dedicated soldiers and loyal vassals start to lose faith when years go by without any clear resolution. Stalemate breeds opportunism, like standing water breeds mosquitoes. If neither the king nor the empress can actually guarantee your safety or your social status, why not just make your own rules? Banditry stopped being a side effect and became a legitimate career path for people who had lost everything else. How did Matilda adapt to this mess? She basically shifted her strategy from dramatic reconquest to careful consolidation, focusing on building up her power base in the southwest, particularly around Gloucester, and slowly taking control of financial and administrative structures in territories she could actually hold. It wasn't glamorous or inspiring, but it was practical, like switching from trying to win the lottery to building a solid retirement plan. Let's settle into some quiet vignettes of this grim reality, keeping things gentle for your bedtime listening. Picture yourself inside a castle under siege. Not the dramatic Oxford escape, but somewhere smaller, more forgotten. You're listening to the constant drip of water from damp stone walls, a rhythmic percussion that marks the passing hours. In the distance, you hear the dull thud of a trebuchet, launching another rock against the outer walls, a sound that's become as regular as a clock ticking. Supplies are running low, and the faces around you are getting thinner week by week, their eyes developing that hollow look that comes from rationing hope along with food. Or imagine a small group of villagers huddled by a country road, negotiating with a band of soldiers who might be protecting them or might be robbing them. Honestly, the distinction has become pretty meaningless. They're not bartering for gold or silver, but for the simple promise that this week's harvest won't be completely plundered, that their children can sleep in their own beds tonight. The soldiers, ragged and hardened by years of this grinding conflict, negotiate with the weary professionalism of people who've turned extortion into a regular business model. And slowly, almost imperceptibly, you witness the death of normal life. The seasonal rhythms that had governed existence for centuries, planting and harvest, market days and church festivals, all fade away, replaced by the constant background hum of fear and uncertainty. The sound you hear most often now is just wind, whistling through abandoned fields and half-burned villages, carrying the echoes of a peace that feels like a distant memory. Sometimes the smartest move is realizing you won't be the one holding the trophy. This is the moment when Matilda looks at the scoreboard after years of playing the world's most expensive and deadly political game and decides to change tactics entirely. She pivoted, not just her strategy, but her entire approach to getting her family back on the throne where it belonged. It was like finally accepting that maybe you're not going to be the CEO, but you can definitely make sure your kid gets the job. This wasn't some dramatic moment of revelation. It was born out of cold, hard political realism and the recognition that everyone involved was just exhausted. After nearly a decade of constant warfare, people weren't excited about fighting anymore. They were tired, broke, and probably wondering if maybe this whole monarchy thing was overrated. Matilda herself had left England for good by around 1148, heading back to Normandy and Anjou, which might have looked like retreat, but was actually the beginning of a much more sophisticated game. The timing was perfect. Her direct claim hadn't worked, but her son Henry was coming of age, and sometimes a fresh face with the same legal arguments can accomplish what years of warfare couldn't. Once she was back on the continent, Matilda basically transformed from a battlefield general into something much more dangerous, a dynastic architect with a long-term plan. She stopped trying to personally reconquer England and instead focused entirely on building the most impressive medieval power base anyone had seen in generations. Normandy and Anjou weren't just her son's inheritance. They were going to be the foundation of what would eventually become a vast cross-channel empire that would make the King of France nervous and turn Henry into the most powerful ruler in Western Europe. This meant years of careful administration, forming strategic alliances, and patiently accumulating the resources that Henry would need for his eventual push. Her withdrawal from England around 1148 marked the end of her personal military involvement in the English conflict, but it was actually the beginning of something much more effective. Really good, long-term planning, executed with the kind of patience that only comes from being absolutely determined to win eventually. This shift represented a complete transformation from the Matilda we've gotten to know. She went from being the direct, in-your-face she-wolf who demanded immediate recognition of her authority to becoming someone who worked behind the scenes, pulling strings and arranging pieces on a chessboard that stretched from Ireland to the Mediterranean. But imagine the emotional cost of that decision. Think about what it means to step back from your own dreams, to consciously renounce the personal satisfaction of being crowned queen, to accept that your own coronation, the thing you fought for, bled for, sacrificed everything for, probably isn't going to happen. And to do all of that, not because you've given up, but because you've realized there's a better way to achieve your ultimate goal through your son's success. There's something both heartbreaking and beautiful about that level of strategic thinking, isn't there? the personal sacrifice of her own ambitions, traded for the near certainty of her bloodline on the throne. It takes a particular kind of strength and a very specific kind of maternal love to see your own dreams become part of a larger plan for your child's future. Matilda's role in orchestrating Henry's rise during this period was absolutely crucial, even though she was operating mostly from the shadows. She made sure that Henry's coming of age wasn't just biological, but political, ensuring he had all the tools he would need to succeed where she had struggled. Her most brilliant move was orchestrating Henry's marriage to Eleanor of Aquitaine in 1152, which wasn't just a wedding, it was the political merger of the century. Eleanor wasn't just some pretty duchess. She was the ruler of Aquitaine in her own right, controlling vast territories in southwestern France that instantly doubled Henry's continental holdings and made him more powerful than the King of France himself. This was like your mom not only getting you the perfect job, but also arranging for you to marry the CEO's daughter, who happens to own half the company. Matilda, who had never been able to secure her own crown, was instrumental in setting up a marriage that made her son the most formidable political figure in Western Europe. Through years of careful diplomacy, strategic planning, and probably a lot of very sophisticated medieval networking, Henry went from being just another claimant with a famous mother to being a prince with vast continental dominions and an unassailable legal claim to the English throne. He wasn't just growing up, he was becoming the heir apparent to what would eventually be called the Angevin Empire. This kind of motherhood doesn't get covered in fairy tales. What Matilda did next was political labor in the truest sense. Long, exhausting, meticulous work that would finally make all those years of experience count. Once she was back on the continent, Matilda basically transformed into Henry's personal executive coach, except instead of teaching him how to give better PowerPoint presentations, she was teaching him how to rule half of Europe. She became his political tutor and regent, guiding his early rule in Normandy and Anjou, with the kind of hands-on involvement that would make modern helicopter parents look relaxed. Picture her not on some dramatic battlefield, but sitting at a council table, patiently explaining the Byzantine intricacies of feudal law to a young Henry, who probably just wanted to go hunting. Or imagine her meticulously going through correspondence from some distant baron who's complaining about tax policy, using each letter as a teaching moment about the delicate art of medieval diplomacy. She wasn't just a ceremonial figurehead making appearances at state dinners. She was actively managing the day-to-day governance of Normandy, dealing with finances, justice, and military strategy, essentially running a sophisticated medieval administration while simultaneously training her replacement. Her surviving correspondence shows a woman who was deeply involved in every aspect of statecraft, treating her son not just as her heir, but as her most important political project. Imagine the countless hours spent hunched over maps by candlelight, negotiating with disgruntled vassals who probably had the medieval equivalent of anger management issues, writing endless letters to secure alliances with people she'd never met. There are no trumpets or battle cries in this part of the story, just the quiet, relentless work of building an empire, one administrative decision at a time. The soundtrack here isn't dramatic orchestral music. It's the gentle rustle of parchment, the soft click of an abacus counting revenues, the scratch of a quill pen working late into the night. This was the kind of long-term strategy that required the patience of a chess grandmaster and the organizational skills of a really good project manager, all while maintaining absolute faith that the investment would eventually pay off. Henry Plantagenet's upbringing was basically the medieval equivalent of being groomed for a Fortune 500 CEO position, except with more swords and a significantly higher risk of political assassination. Matilda made sure he received both martial and administrative training, which was like getting an MBA and a black belt at the same time. He wasn't just learning how to look impressive in armor. He was learning how to manage a treasury, understand legal precedents, and inspire loyalty in people who had very good reasons to be cynical about authority figures. His education culminated in that absolutely crucial marriage to Eleanor of Aquitaine in 1152. which wasn't just a romantic union, but the kind of corporate merger that changes the entire landscape of an industry. Eleanor wasn't just bringing her charming personality to the marriage, she was bringing the Duchy of Aquitaine, which effectively doubled Henry's continental holdings overnight and created what would eventually become the Angevin Empire, a territorial empire stretching from Scotland to the Pyrenees that made him more powerful than the King of France. Matilda, who had never been able to secure her own crown, had managed to orchestrate a political marriage that made her son the most influential individual in Western Europe, which is basically the ultimate example of living vicariously through your children's success. During this period, Matilda's reputation as a master political strategist really solidified. Her hard-won experience, her extensive network of contacts from her imperial days, and her sheer stubborn determination made Henry's claim credible to a generation of weary barons and foreign princes who were absolutely exhausted by the chaos of the anarchy. These were men who had watched their lands get ravaged, their economic systems collapse, and their political allegiances shift more frequently than fashion trends. They were tired of Stephen's ineffective leadership and desperate for someone who could actually bring stability to the region. Matilda, through Henry, was offering exactly that. Not just another claimant with royal blood, but a capable, well-trained ruler backed by vast resources, and a mother who had learned from every mistake of the previous decades. Her influence was crucial in convincing people to see Henry not just as another ambitious young noble, but as the solution they'd been waiting for, the strong new leader who could finally end the endless civil war and restore some semblance of normal government. It's a perfect example of how sometimes the most important work happens behind the scenes, and how building someone else's success can be more effective than trying to achieve your own. Here's the twist no one saw coming, and it wasn't military. 1153. All of Matilda's patience, all those years of careful planning, are about to pay off. Not with a dramatic sword fight, but with really excellent contract negotiations. By 1153, Henry was ready to make his move, and he wasn't some desperate pretender showing up with a handful of supporters and a lot of hope. Thanks to his mother's meticulous groundwork and that brilliant marriage to Eleanor of Aquitaine, he was now Duke of Normandy, Count of Anjou, and basically controlled more real estate than most people could find on a map. When he landed in England in January 1153, it wasn't as a refugee fleeing persecution, but as someone who could legitimately claim to be one of the most powerful rulers in Europe, just stopping by to collect his inheritance. The political atmosphere in England was absolutely perfect for this kind of calculated pressure. After nearly 2 decades of the anarchy, the barons weren't excited about fighting anymore. They were exhausted, broke, and probably wondering if maybe this whole feudalism thing was overrated. Stephen's position was crumbling, his authority eroded by years of constant challenges, and the general sense that maybe he wasn't actually cut out for this job. Henry's arrival wasn't a sudden, overwhelming invasion. It was more like showing up to a business meeting with better lawyers and a bigger bank account. The real action happened at the negotiating table, primarily at Wallingford, because this conflict was going to be resolved through diplomacy, not battlefield heroics. Everyone involved, from the most powerful baron to the humblest farmer, was simply tired of the endless fighting, the constant uncertainty, the complete breakdown of anything resembling normal life. But what really broke the deadlock and made a peaceful settlement, not just possible but inevitable, was a tragedy for Stephen. The death of his son and heir, Eustace, in August 1153. Eustace had been capable, if somewhat ruthless, and his death essentially removed Stephen's primary reason for continuing to fight. With his own dynastic future suddenly non-existent, Stephen lost his main motivation to keep resisting Henry's claim. This opened the door for serious negotiations that culminated in the Treaty of Wallingford, also known as the Treaty of Winchester, later that same year. It was basically the medieval equivalent of a really well-crafted corporate merger agreement. The terms of this treaty were a masterpiece of medieval diplomacy and a complete vindication of everything Matilda had been working toward for the past 15 years. Stephen got to keep his crown and his dignity. He would remain king for the rest of his life. avoiding the humiliation of being formally deposed like some kind of medieval hostile takeover. But here's the crucial part, the clause that made all of Matilda's sacrifices worthwhile. Henry Plantagenet was officially named Stephen's successor. The treaty also included some practical housekeeping measures, like ending the employment of foreign mercenaries who had been terrorizing the countryside and ordering the destruction of all those unauthorized adulterine castles that had sprouted up during the chaos. There was a general amnesty for everyone involved in the conflict, and lands were supposed to be restored to whoever had owned them before this whole mess started, which was probably going to be a paperwork nightmare, but sounded good in principle. This was dynastic victory achieved through superior long-term planning rather than military conquest, and it meant Matilda's bloodline would finally occupy the throne that had been stolen from her family. And what about Matilda herself in this moment of ultimate triumph? There's something both heartbreaking and beautiful about her situation. She doesn't get the crown, that personal dream, that burning ambition to be Queen of England in her own right, never gets fulfilled. But she wins something potentially more valuable, the dynasty. Her vision for England's future, her bloodline, her carefully trained son, will prevail. Picture her receiving this news, maybe in some quiet chamber, surrounded by the soft rustle of parchment and the gentle flicker of candlelight. There's no public celebration for her, no coronation ceremony, no moment of personal vindication, just the quiet, bittersweet knowledge that the boy she raised, the future she so carefully shaped through years of patient work, will finally reclaim what was taken from her. It's a gentle, reflective ending that underscores a different kind of triumph, not the satisfaction of personal glory, but the deeper fulfillment of ensuring your legacy. The she-wolf had indeed become the mother of lions, and her lion was finally ready to claim his place on the throne. Stephen didn't keep anyone waiting long. He died in October 1154, barely a year after signing away his dynasty's future. And so the messy saga finally resolves itself into something that actually worked. Henry Plantagenet, the son Matilda had so carefully groomed for this exact moment, ascended to the throne as Henry II in December 1154. This wasn't like Stephen's chaotic scramble for power back in 1135, with people rushing to grab the crown while the previous king's body was still warm. This was a smooth, professional transition, like a well-run corporate succession plan finally being executed. Henry's first actions were practical and decisive. He immediately set about restoring royal order, which essentially meant evicting all the freelance warlords who had been running their own little kingdoms during the Anarchy, demolishing their unauthorized castles, and reminding everyone that England actually had a functioning central government again. After nearly 2 decades of chaos that made modern political dysfunction look tame, England could finally relax and remember what it felt like to have competent leadership. But what about Matilda in this new world order, where her son was finally wearing the crown she'd never gotten to claim? She could have easily turned into one of those pushy parent figures, hovering around the throne and trying to micromanage her successful child. Instead, she gracefully stepped into her new role as Queen Mother, advisor, and influential dowager, settling back into Normandy, where she could wield real power without competing with her son for the spotlight. This was where she truly belonged now, not ruling directly, but serving as the wise counsel behind one of medieval Europe's most powerful kings. She spent her remaining years, until her death on September 10th, 1167, as Henry's trusted confidant and counsellor, often serving as regent in Normandy when he was busy managing his vast empire elsewhere. She was buried at Bec Abbey in France, a peaceful final resting place for someone whose life had been defined by conflict and ambition. It was a remarkably quiet end for a woman who had spent decades at the centre of some of medieval England's most dramatic political upheavals. The long-term consequences of Matilda's efforts were nothing short of revolutionary. Henry II's coronation marked the beginning of the Plantagenet dynasty, a family line that would dominate English politics for more than 3 centuries. This wasn't just a cosmetic change, like switching from one brand of monarchy to another. This was a fundamental transformation of how England was governed. Henry II, drawing on all those lessons his mother had taught him about statecraft and the importance of strong central authority, implemented sweeping structural changes that would outlast his own reign by centuries. His legal reforms essentially created the foundation of English common law, establishing a standardized system of justice that replaced the chaotic patchwork of local customs and arbitrary rulings that had characterized the anarchy. He restored the authority of the kingship, rebuilding the kind of effective central government that his grandfather Henry I had worked so hard to establish, and that 20 years of civil war had completely dismantled. This was the ultimate vindication of Matilda's strategic pivot from personal ambition to dynastic legacy. Her son was doing exactly what she had trained him to do, creating a stable, powerful monarchy that would endure for generations. Let's end with one final, gentle image of Matilda in her later years. Picture her sitting in a sun-drenched scriptorium somewhere in Normandy, surrounded by the comforting smell of parchment and the warm scent of beeswax from the candles that illuminate the manuscripts scattered across heavy wooden tables. There's the hushed quiet of monastery cloisters around her, a profound peace that stands in stark contrast to the clanging of weapons and shouting of battle commands that had provided the soundtrack for so much of her earlier life. Henry II, now a confident and powerful king ruling an empire that stretches from Ireland to the Pyrenees, is sitting beside her, still seeking her counsel on the complex challenges of medieval governance. You can almost see her hand, perhaps marked by age but still steady and sure, resting gently on his arm as she offers guidance born from decades of hard-won experience. It's a beautiful image of quiet influence, of wisdom passed from one generation to the next, of a victory achieved not through a single dramatic moment, but through a lifetime of unwavering determination and an absolute refusal to give up on what she knew was right. How history remembers powerful women is always its own story, complete with predictable biases and fascinating twists. When it came to the medieval court of public opinion, Matilda got what you might call mixed reviews, and the pattern should sound pretty familiar to anyone who's watched how female leaders get covered in modern media. The chroniclers writing at the time had this fascinating split personality when it came to describing her. On one hand, medieval sources like the author of the Gesta Stephanie actually gave her grudging respect for her toughness, acknowledging her courage and resilience in ways that were genuinely admiring. But then, and here's where it gets predictable, they almost inevitably condemned her for what they perceived as haughtiness or pride. William of Malmesbury, who started out sympathetic to her cause, eventually described her intolerable arrogance and criticized her unfeminine haughtiness after that whole London debacle. It's like the medieval equivalent of calling a female CEO bossy while praising male executives for being decisive. She was praised for fighting like a man when it was convenient, then thoroughly criticized for acting with the authority of a man when it wasn't. Classic double bind. Damned if she didn't fight for her rights, and then damned for how she went about fighting for them. Fortunately, modern historians have given Matilda something much closer to a fair evaluation, probably because we've gotten better at recognizing these kinds of gendered double standards in historical sources. Instead of just parroting the medieval criticisms, scholars like Catherine Hanley and many others view Matilda not as some tragically flawed ruler, but as an incredibly skilled political actor who fundamentally redefined what was even possible for female leadership in the 12th century. They recognized that her so-called haughtiness was often just her acting with the same kind of authority and expectation of obedience that any male ruler would display as a matter of course, but in a society that was completely unprepared to accept that behavior from a woman. Modern scholarship sees her experiences, her challenges, and her ultimate strategic pivot as evidence of someone who successfully navigated an incredibly hostile political landscape with remarkable tenacity and genuinely impressive long-term vision. Even without ever getting that official coronation she fought so hard for, Matilda left behind some pretty impressive material evidence of her power and authority that we can still examine today. Her name appears on charters where she's acting with full regal authority. Historians have found close to 100 charters that she issued in England alone during the Anarchy, which is a substantial administrative record. She was styling herself Lady of the English and Domina Anglorum on these official documents, basically asserting her claim to royal authority even when the actual crown wasn't sitting on her head. We even have surviving letters and correspondence that give us direct insight into her thinking and her administrative capabilities, showing someone who was clearly operating as a ruler in everything but official title. There were even coins minted in her name during the height of her power, which in medieval terms was basically putting your face on the money, a pretty serious declaration of authority. These weren't just symbolic gestures. They were legal documents, financial instruments, and formal pronouncements of power, all coming from a woman who technically held no official crown in England. So what's her cultural legacy? Why does her story still resonate with us today, nearly 1,000 years later? Because honestly, the story of Matilda is basically an early medieval version of Game of Thrones, complete with all the political intrigue, brutal power struggles, shifting loyalties, and family drama, except with a real-life empress at the center instead of fictional characters. Her fight against gendered expectations, her resilience when faced with overwhelming odds, and her ultimate success in securing her dynasty's future, even if she never got to wear the crown herself, created a template that influenced narratives about women in power for centuries afterward. She's a reminder that even when official histories tried to diminish or criticize them, women were exercising enormous influence, shaping entire kingdoms and defining legacies that lasted for generations. There's something wonderfully ironic and warm about reflecting on her struggles now, as you're lying safe and comfortable in your own bed, probably with better heating and definitely better food security than anyone in medieval England could have imagined. Her story reminds us that power doesn't always look the way we expect it to, and sometimes the greatest victories are the ones achieved indirectly, through patience, strategy, and an absolutely unshakable determination to see your vision realized. Before you drift off, let's sit with what this story actually means, because sometimes the best part of a good story isn't just what happened, but what it tells us about ourselves, even nearly 1,000 years later. One of the most quietly devastating lessons from Matilda's story is about the fragility of promises, even the most sacred ones. Think about that solemn ceremony at Westminster Abbey, where all those powerful men placed their hands on holy relics and swore before God to recognize Matilda as Henry's rightful heir. It was supposed to be the unshakable foundation of the entire succession plan, the moral bedrock that would prevent exactly the kind of chaos that eventually consumed England. But when push came to shove, when Henry died and people had to choose between honoring their word and pursuing their immediate self-interest, those sacred oaths turned out to be about as reliable as a medieval weather forecast. Political expediency, personal ambition, and deeply ingrained gender bias chipped away at that foundation until it completely crumbled, transforming Matilda from the designated heir into a desperate claimant, and plunging the entire kingdom into 2 decades of violence and instability. It's a gentle reminder that while making promises is easy, keeping them when it's inconvenient or costly requires the kind of integrity that's unfortunately pretty rare in any era. This brings us to one of the most fascinating tensions in Matilda's character, the ongoing battle between strategy and honor that defined her entire adult life. On one hand, she was this incredibly proud woman, absolutely convinced of her rightful place on the throne, and utterly unwilling to compromise even an inch of what she believed was her inheritance. That was her honor talking, the part of her that knew she was legally, morally, and dynastically entitled to rule England and refused to accept anything less. But as the long, exhausting years of the Anarchy dragged on, she gradually transformed into something more pragmatic, a strategic dynast who made the incredibly difficult decision to prioritize securing her family's legacy over her personal ambition to wear the crown. She essentially sacrificed her own dreams so her son could achieve what she couldn't, recognizing that sometimes the best way to win a chess game is to let a different piece deliver checkmate. It's a profound mental shift that requires putting long-term legacy above immediate personal satisfaction. And there's something deeply admirable about that kind of strategic thinking, especially when it must have been emotionally devastating to accept. And then there's the persistent, maddening theme of gender expectations that runs through Matilda's entire story like a thread of frustration. Anything she did that could be perceived as confident leadership was immediately scrutinized and judged far more harshly than identical behavior from any male ruler. The chronicler's language is telling. They consistently described her as haughty, imperious, ungovernable, and proud, all terms that were used to diminish her authority and argue that she was fundamentally unsuitable for leadership. But imagine if a contemporary male ruler had acted with exactly the same assertiveness, the same expectation of obedience, the same unwillingness to compromise on matters of principle. He would have been praised as strong, decisive, and effective. It's a classic double standard that reveals how women in leadership have always faced this impossible choice: be assertive and get labeled as difficult, or be accommodating and get dismissed as weak. Matilda's story serves as a quiet reminder of how often female competence is still misconstrued or criticized simply because it doesn't match people's preconceived notions of how women should behave. As you're winding down for the night, let yourself imagine the kind of patient, relentless determination it takes to fight a generational war. Picture what it means to struggle for decades, to endure crushing setbacks, to swallow your pride when necessary, to completely pivot your strategy, and to focus on a future that you might never personally see. To spend years carefully cultivating your son's political education, to empower him with the tools and alliances he'll need, and then to watch him step gracefully into the role that was denied to you. There's something deeply comforting about that kind of long-term vision, isn't there? The quiet strength that comes from making plans that span generations, even when the immediate world around you feels like nothing but chaos and uncertainty. It's a gentle reminder that sometimes the slowest path turns out to be the most sustainable one, and that even in our darkest moments, hope can be carefully tended and nurtured, like a small plant growing slowly but steadily toward the light. Let that thought settle softly as you drift off to sleep, knowing that some of life's most meaningful victories require more patience and persistence than any single lifetime can contain. And here our journey closes, not with a crown on Matilda's head, but with something arguably better. Time to wrap up this whole messy, magnificent saga and let it settle gently in your mind as you drift off to sleep. Let's take Matilda's incredible story and break it down into 3 gentle chapters, each one representing a different version of the same remarkable woman. First, we had the designated heir, a woman who should have been queen, who had every legal and moral right to that crown, but whose destiny got hijacked by a combination of medieval sexism and really impressive oath-breaking. Then she became the she-wolf, transforming into this battle-hardened commander who refused to quietly disappear into historical footnotes, even when everything seemed hopeless and everyone was telling her to give up and go home. And finally, she evolved into the Mother of Lions, perhaps the shrewdest strategist of all, who made the incredibly difficult decision to trade her personal ambition for her son's certain victory. In our minds, we return to that candlelit Westminster Abbey, to those broken promises and sacred oaths, and finally, to the quiet satisfaction of seeing Henry II crowned exactly where his grandfather had always intended the succession to lead. Let's anchor the basic facts in your sleepy mind before they drift away completely. We witnessed Stephen's lightning-fast seizure of the throne in December 1135, followed by his chaotic, often ineffective rule that satisfied nobody and solved nothing. We followed Matilda through her early military victories and crushing defeats, including that legendary midnight escape from Oxford in 1142 that reads like something from an adventure novel. We slogged through the long, grinding stalemate of the Anarchy, where neither side could win, but both were too stubborn to quit. Finally, driven by collective exhaustion and the convenient death of Stephen's heir, the Treaty of Wallingford was negotiated in 1153, creating a smooth path for Henry II's coronation in 1154. Matilda herself died peacefully in 1167, having lived long enough to see her life's work completely vindicated, her son ruling the throne that should have been hers. The emotional heart of this story is a beautiful, bittersweet paradox that's perfect for contemplating as you fall asleep. Matilda the individual never got what she fought so hard for, that personal crown, that moment of vindication, that official recognition of her rightful place in history. But Matilda the dynastic architect won everything that really mattered, securing her family's place on the English throne for the next 3 centuries. It's a gentle reminder of the difference between personal triumph and lasting legacy, between getting what you want and achieving what actually matters in the long run. Now, if this candlelit tale has sparked your curiosity, and you're the type who likes to dive deeper into historical mysteries, there are so many fascinating questions still waiting to be explored. What secrets might Matilda's surviving letters reveal about her private thoughts and strategies? These personal documents, scattered through collections of Anglo-Norman charters and correspondence, offer intimate glimpses into the mind of someone who was essentially running a government in exile while planning a multi-generational political comeback. How did urban communities like London actually exercise their political power in the 12th century? And why was their resistance enough to stop even a determined, battle-tested empress from claiming her crown? The answer probably lies in London's own civic records and the detailed chronicles that documented their surprisingly effective rebellion against royal authority. What about Robert of Gloucester's personal role in all this? Could we reconstruct more of his military commands and diplomatic negotiations, given his absolutely crucial importance to Matilda's entire campaign? His story has been somewhat overshadowed by his more famous sister, but his archive probably contains incredible details about the practical mechanics of medieval civil war. And here's a broader question. How did Matilda's extensive continental connections, her status as former Holy Roman Empress, and her ongoing influence in Norman and Angevin politics shape how other European powers responded to the English succession crisis? For those of you who really enjoy these late-night historical deep dives, there's also the intriguing possibility of comparing Matilda's strategies with other formidable medieval women who secured dynastic succession for their sons, like Olympias of Macedon, who maneuvered her son Alexander into world conquest, or Empress Theodora, who wielded enormous power behind the Byzantine throne. The parallels might make you wonder whether anything in human politics is ever really new. And with that, dear listener, our journey through Matilda's extraordinary, frustrating, ultimately triumphant life comes to its gentle close. Thank you for sharing this dim-lit tale with me, for following the twists and turns of a story that's equal parts political thriller and family drama. If you found some comfort in her stubborn refusal to give up, in her eventual quiet victory, please consider hitting that like button and subscribing for more of these whispered conversations about people who faced much bigger problems than anything we deal with today. Now, let the story of the she-wolf who became the mother of lions drift softly through your mind, settling like snow as you find your well-deserved rest.